Alrighty, so welcome to the first part of the final session for Summer of Double. It's been a wild ride, that's for sure. It's been so much fun. For people tuning in that don't know what this is, 3 months ago now, at the start of summer, I started a project where every 2 weeks I open up a submission form for submitting 4-panel double charts for me to play on stream, and this is the final session, well, first part of the final session of the project. I'm actually splitting it up into 2 streams this time around just because there were so many submissions, and I won't be able to play all of them and go in depth in one sitting. That said, this final period we have indeed seen the most charts out of the whole event, and I'm really happy to see it. We are finishing this thing out strong. There are 36 charts and 17 unique submitters, and as always, this stream wouldn't be possible without everyone submitting their charts, so I want to give a huge thanks to everyone, y'all that submitted, as well as everyone tuning into the stream today. So let's get into it. The way it works is there were 3 options to pick the kind of feedback desired for each submission, which were none, lighter general, and heavier in depth. I haven't seen any of these charts before, so these will all be sight reads, and afterwards I might give it another full playthrough or move on to giving feedback where I can, depending on what was picked. And as always, I encourage discussion in the chat as well, because it's not just me that should be talking about these charts. I want everyone to talk about them and give their thoughts as well. And one last thing is that I looked at the difficulty spread. This time around, we have 1 7, 3 8s, 7 9s, 5 10s, 6 11s, 6 12s, 2 13s, 1 14, 1 15, 1 16. There are also a few others that were rated outside of this range, but I have some notes on them to put them in a proper place for the play over. I think some of them were rated on the 1 to 19 / 1 to 20 DDR scale. I think there were notes in the sim file as well to say like what it should be considered. So we have, in that instance, 118, like DDR18, which is a 13 probably, and then 1 DDR19, which is probably a 15. And then that is it. I think we are good to start. Let me make sure I have the playlist and everything ready. So we do have the 1 7 that was submitted as our very first file to play. Let's see here. Actually, hold on. Let's go just through the previews first. That's what I usually do before I play anything. Anyway. This is maybe the most like doorful song I've heard from Undead Corporation. Because when I think of Undead Corporation, I think of what is it? Like loud screamo metal at like 280 plus BPM. should play the Yakuza games at some point. I've seen a lot of playthroughs of the series, like the past few years. It just looks really fun. I just understood the chart comment, or chart description rather. Yeah, this is the 16. Not sure what SA is, actually. Didn't I play this song in a previous period? Plus, huh? Maybe I didn't need to stretch beforehand if this is the first start I'm playing with Stretch Plus Plus. Who is Vito? This is a classic. Okay. That's right. The first chart we're playing is Starcrossed Hearts. So that's the only 7. I also have, hold on, let me check a Discord game real quick. Or a ping of some kind. Okay, it's not important. Alright, so let's get to it. So 7 probably Come on. Sometimes it just like hangs on that screen for quite a while. I don't know why. Anyway, yeah. Wow, this game's having a time right now, huh? Probably should have played this on a lower speed mod. I'm not sure if that one worked. I'll have to look back on it. There's in the back half, I think, some patch transitions that didn't really work out. There might have been also a double step. I actually think the first half was really solid. I just needed to read slower. What is 107? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I honestly think like all of this is fine, especially at 107. Let's see. There's a lot of like down to down crossover pivots, or like up to up crossover pivots. I don't know if I would consider that like stretch plus, like, you know, stretch plus plus. It is kind of stretchy, and it's more like movement, but I'm also just probably being semantic about it. Let's see. Okay, what is this? Let's see. Yeah, this all works. This is the part that I was like starting to be like, I don't know about that, because let's see. So from the jump, you're pivoting like this. I guess it is up to down like this, which isn't bad. Like, it's been done I think, earlier in the chart. I think the problem is that the left center arrow of the two is being used for this pivot. So like your right foot is closer to your left foot and it makes the pivot a little more awkward. So like you have to pivot around a lot more like this. Whereas if it was on the right center arrow, I think it'd be a lot clunkier because you have a lot more room now, like here. That's my thought on that. We'll just play through just this whole part real quick, actually. And then kind of again here. Yeah, I mean, so it works, but I just think personally that, how do I explain this? The side you're pivoting from shouldn't have the center pivot arrow as well. So like, you're pivoting from the left, and then you're using the left as well. And then that makes just for a very tough pivot over. Whereas if it was on the other center, like the opposite, from where you're coming from, then I think you should have more real estate to work with in terms of spacing here for your like majorly pivoting foot. So yeah, this versus this. Like you have to pivot less, and you can take more of a straight line because your foot is more out of the way. Oh god, I remember Lemmings on the Run, double expert. Also, hey, good morning. Hope you're doing well. And then yeah, I think it's just the same kind of deal going on with the rest of this section. Except, well, here you're keeping on the ups for the anchors for both sides, so it's not as big of an issue, I think, here. Let me... Yeah, that part's like way easier than if this were like a down, for example. Yeah. I also hope the double, thanks. This is main, but whatever. This transition. You have 2 quarter notes at 107 to get over. Yeah, see, I think this one is better than the previous ones. This upcoming little run here, just because of what I talked about earlier. Actually, wait. Oh no, okay. It's because I'm facing the other way, that's why. I'm facing like outward, as opposed to the ones I was doing earlier. So that's why like it's still on the same side, coming from here over to here. But I think that's just going to be the case. Regardless, you're going to have to pivot because you're facing this way. Whereas, yeah, if it was on the opposite now, because I'm facing the other way, I think, then I'll have to do like a much more major pivot. See, I think, I guess just take both facing direction as it currently is for the player, and like the upcoming pattern into consideration. It's like the same pattern can play out extremely differently depending on which way you're facing. That's just funny. If you start with the left. Anyway, I thought there was a double step somewhere. I thought it was like maybe here? Hold on, let me play this again. Yeah, maybe I just like wasn't prepared for that pattern and thought I needed to do something different. So I thought that's what the double step was, but maybe I'm wrong? Hold on, let me, okay. Yeah, this is a classic of I don't even know what. A dance game, I guess. But yeah, this was back during the like Bear Apocalypse, I think, events. Just like a dumb stream shirt. It's really good. I love this shirt so much. Anyway, yeah, let me play this Ethno stream real quick, see if it all flows. I guess it does. There's just like some awkward pivots, or like, you know, wider than what the rest of the chart, or the rest of the section has to offer. Like, let's see, right here, you're just like going from this to this. I mean, again, it's at 107/8, so it's like not the biggest deal. Yeah, I think this is where I got tripped up and like double stepped somewhere that I wasn't supposed to. Anyway, I think that's all I could really think to say about it. Yeah, okay. So that'll do it for that one. As always, thank you for the submission. So next we have Honolulu City Lights, looks like. Also play this on 450. kind of beefed the ending. I mean, not too much I can really think to say. It felt fine for Nate. Trying to think. There was a section near the beginning that, like, it wasn't really double steps, but I just felt it being, like, very monodirectional for a while, like, longer than I anticipated it being. I think it was on the left side. Let's see. Yeah, let me just play like the first half again. Also, I need a towel. That might have been it. I think that was it, yeah. Yeah, I think I was expecting a turn maybe around where that blue hold is, like on the marker right now. Mainly probably because of how the vocals are going. Like there's just a verse, and then, or I guess a line, and then a pause, and then another line. In terms of lyrics and vocals. It's really subtle, and it's not like a big deal, but I don't know, it's something to maybe just like add a little bit of flair to it. That's really all I could think of though. Like, chart felt fine. Maybe a little spicy with the 20 horse per Nate, but you know, whatever. It's slow enough. It's kind of sure, let's return. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't really see anything else that I would want to talk about. Just the one part that I mentioned and went through just now. I don't know, the rest of it seems solid, so yeah. Let's see if I can just hit the ending real quick. Okay. So we got next. Well, we are already in the 9s, so. And again, thank you for submitting. That was a nice chili. Much appreciated, given everything else I'll have to play later on. So yeah, next we have Karen Dance. Pretty slow songs so far, actually. First song was 107. What was Honolulu? 114, and now we're at 101. Nothing that broke 120 yet. I actually don't know if I could really think of anything to say about that one in terms of like feedback. Because like, yeah, I kind of sad that it was really fun. It was just good. Nice little rhythm section in the middle to like spice things up too. I don't know, like, none of the patterning felt, like, weird or out of place. Like, it was a just overall really good difficulty balance. Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't even know if I want to go into the editor to, like, look at anything in specific, because, like, nothing really stood out in terms of like, oh, I want to look at this again. Something about that felt off, but yeah, no, it's just really good. I'm sorry I couldn't give like more feedback because I think you specified heavy and in depth, but hopefully it's just good is good enough feedback. Whoa. Yeah, actually, as I was playing it, especially during the rhythms part, I was like, this would be a pretty good fit, I think, for next ITL for double. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I hope this is sent in, at the very least. Okay, so next we have. Also, again, thank you so much for the submission. I try to say that like after every song I play. I think the next one is Get It. Very curious to see how the double steps are incorporated. Like, I can hear it in the vocals already. It's either like, I think people could choose to either do double steps or like foot switches, like foot switch gallops for those lyrics. We'll see. Let's take a look. The double steps work, and they're fun, and it was really consistent. It's just, yeah, very much not where I was expecting them to be. I think there was like a few sections where it was monodirectional for longer than I was expecting. Like somewhere near the middle, I noticed one section. Let me. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Let's see here. It wasn't that far down. Yeah, I think this is the spot. Yeah, so like all the way from the start of measure 41 to the start of measure 44, it's all monodirectional. You're just facing right like that entire time. And that's where I was like, I noticed it. It's not like bad necessarily to be monodirectional for a bit. Yeah, I don't know. That one did stand out, I guess, at like this section. Yeah. I feel like as I played the chart, this is just a personal thing, I think I was expecting a little bit more, I guess, in terms of just beefiness and difficulty. I don't know, like maybe it's just me. The chart seemed really tame for what the song was. Not necessarily like objectively a bad thing. Just my thoughts on it. I feel like, I don't know, maybe this could be a hard difficulty and there could be like a hard 10 or maybe even an easy 11. I kind of want to see like how much more of the song could be pushed, I suppose. But yeah, I was totally expecting the get it vocals to like do something with the double steps. Like, I think I mentioned going into this that I thought there's going to be either double steps there or foot switches, like get it like that, or like maybe just coming out of the center with a foot switch gallop, like get it. I will say though that like overall I didn't see any like I guess erroneous double steps or just any patterns that like felt like it was out of place from the rest of the chart in terms of difficulty or like what it wanted you to do. It is pretty balanced. And like the chart flows just fine, so I was just looking like apparently there's not a lot of double experience from the first two charts of this, but like I don't think I would know that going into this because like it all flowed fine. Like it was a perfectly good double chart. Nice chill 9. Nothing like objectively wrong with it, so overall it was good. Ooh. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, there's like some slight stretchiness in the beginning and end, I think, like here, and not there. Well, maybe a little bit, but yeah, it was. I guess this part is like a little out there. I forgot about this part actually. I guess it does go with the vocals, like, they do get a bit more intense there, I think. Yeah, it's like probably the hardest part of the chart. Which is not bad. I think it's fine. Yeah, let's actually let me just play this real quick. I think that works fine. It's just like a tower. Just with the middle two columns only. I think I see what it's going to, or hear rather, what the double steps are going to. Because like the female vocals come in, or like at least the higher pitched vocals. And you have like this kind of background, whoa, and that's what the double steps are going to. It's really subtle in the music, but it's there. I think the thing I do want to mention, because I did notice this during the playthrough, it's just like to be, I guess, consistent with any audio cues in the song that like you're making certain patterns to. Because like I mentioned the like background kind of fit, like whoa, that the double steps are going to. And I could be wrong, but I don't hear it in this last iteration on measure 31. And I think it happens once more near the second chorus. Let me just start here. Actually here. Yeah, it's the same thing. This last double step iteration, like, there's not those backing vocals, so it's not like really going to anything like. I know what it's supposed to be going to, but it's not there in the song at that part. If that makes sense. I think that's about it for this one. Not really anything else I could think of, so I'm gonna call that one done and move on. And again, thank you so much for the submission. I hope all this feedback helped. And again, like, again. For like, I know you put down 1 out of 5 for double experience, but like, again, I wouldn't know that just going into it, not knowing who made the chart, and not knowing how much experience they have with double. Because like, yeah, that was fun to play. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, just on a surface level standpoint. So yeah, awesome job. So next is Tides. Let's see what we got here. Sticking with the low BPM songs. Actually, what's the tech here? A lot. I see. Okay. Yes, there were 2 lifts. But I think they were core cohesioned with actual tap notes. Let me double check that. Oh yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing here, right? I'm checking double. Ha ha! Joke. I do know that there's an edit for this song that I think is the exact same chart, but without the lifts. At least just based on what the edit said. I think yeah, pretty much no one charts them. Like, it is exceedingly rare. Like 95% of the time, I think, they're just not good. Just on the fact that you have no like real tactile feedback, because you're lifting off. You're not doing this, and you can hear and feel when exactly you're stepping, right? Like, that's where I'm hitting. I can hear it. But for lifts, it's like there's nothing. There's no feedback. And it also depends extremely on your pad sensitivity. And like, you can get away with lighter taps, I think, for just actual tap notes, right? But lifting off, like, who the hell knows when exactly it's going to depress? Instead, like, except in the case if you just like sharply lift off like that, and even then, like, it's a crapshoot in terms of like when you're timing it. But yeah, exactly. Like Mirin said, they're on the same row as an actual tap. So I guess we're going a little bit down a rabbit hole here, but in terms of what chord cohesion is, we just talk about like that in terms of notes that are on the same row. So like 2 notes on the same row, that's a jump. 3 notes on the same row, 4 notes, that's a bracket. I mean, we're just going off of single, right? Like, 2 notes on the same row, left, right, that's a jump. 3 notes on the same row, bracket, 4 notes on the same row, bracket. The way timing works in the Stepmania engine / ITG Mania engine, and any like forks thereof, it takes, like, you will get a judgment on that row of notes based on the timing of the last note you hit. So if you have a jump, like left, right, you're almost never going to hit it like exactly the same timing, like down to the microsecond, whatever. And like there's a jump buffer, I'd like to call it. And that's what chord cohesion is. Like, you hit a jump, you get a judgment, that's fine. If you like kind of slur the jump a little bit as like a flam, like, that's also fine, given it's like close enough to each other. And it'll just take the timing of the later, or in the case of 3 or 4, however many notes, the latest note that you hit for the judgment you'll receive for that row. So yeah, again, like Mirin was saying, since the lifts are paired with a tap note, you can get your foot off the lift whenever you want, like within reason. And as long as it's before you hit the corresponding tap, like here, like if I go like that, the judgment for the lift and the corresponding tap on the same row will be with the tap and not the lift. Conversely, if I do a tap and then lift like that, then the judgment for that row will be on the lift whenever the game engine rather detects that I took my foot off the lift. And that's my dehumidifier complaining that it needs to be emptied. I'll do that in a sec. Okay, so in terms of that was a huge sidetrack tangent. Yeah, if you didn't know how lifts and chord cohesion worked before, now you do. Yeah, in terms of the actual chart, like, I didn't really find anything wrong with it. The brackets were fine. It all seemed to flow fine. I was not expecting the chart to start like on a triplet. That threw me off a little bit, but that's whatever. There was one section I really enjoyed, actually. This whole part is really good, I think. Like, it stays in the half-double motif. It doesn't use the outer 2 columns. But, like, it just goes back and forth, and it's, like, perfectly symmetric. It's good. I think near the beginning, there was one start of a measure that I thought was going to have a bracket, but it didn't. Let me just double check where exactly it is. Actually, hold on. I want to sidetrack myself for a second. I want to see what the lift animation looks like. Not really much, at least on this note skin. So, whatever. Anyway, where do the brackets start? Around here-ish? No, that's earlier. Let's see. I mean, I guess that works out. Yeah, I think this was the part I was expecting a bracket at. The song does do something a little different. I think it could also work as like, if this row that I'm on right now is a up left bracket, like, and then you can either have just that as a bracket, or like a kind of mini hold going to the next eighth note on the up, going to the right. Either way it works, I think. Okay, well, it doesn't do it there either, because that's the same sound. And it'd be like, the way it's set up now, there's not really a good way to make a bracket here without it being stretchy or awkward. Okay, there is a hold here, so maybe for like the sake of consistency, you can have like holds in the earlier sections as well. So like, so that has a hold on the eighth note after the start of the measure. 2, 4. That one also has a hold at the start of the measure. This one does not, and it's the same exact sound. So I think, at the very least, having this eighth note as a hold going into the next quarter note would be good for like just polish. Okay, yeah. It looks like Measure 22 is the last time that happens, and that has a hold as well. So, 10 is like the standout measure. If we're going by every 4 measures. I don't know what else to really say. Oh, did you ask for light feedback? I thought it was heavy. Well, I don't even know how to like separate light and heavy, to be honest. Actually, did you, okay, so I'm kind of wondering now, if you like submitted multiple forms, if you changed your like experience from 1 to 5 on the form, or like changed heavy/light feedback. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that the feedback type was changed. Because like, I kind of figured that having 5 possible submissions in one form just like let people not want to resubmit, or, you know, not having people needing, rather, to resubmit the form and fill it out all again. I guess I didn't account for, you know, wanting something different for each file in terms of feedback. Oh, excuse me. Okay, but yeah, other than that, like, I can't really think of anything else. Like, it seemed like a solid night overall. Yeah, that was probably like on me, honestly, to just not check each form, so I do apologize for that. I just saw like each submission and who submitted it, and saw like one of the forms from each person, and jotted down like, you know, light or heavy feedback, or none, whichever, and like just kind of went off that assumption on like all of them. There were, what was it, 24 form submissions. And I should have gone through, like, it only would have taken a little bit longer. So again, I do apologize for that. But in any case, as always, I appreciate the submission, so thank you very much for submitting that. Let me see what the next is. So for this session, this is the last 9. So, we got Volt Tackle. Oops. Yo, Tommy, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Presuming you were doing dance games as well. Hope you had a good set. Oh yeah, I did see that. I gotta put it on this machine. I'm trying to think of what to say about this one. Actually, hold on. Let me see the. Okay, I thought that was like a straight mirror. I don't think it is. Actually, it might be. Again, this is probably personal preference. I think, so I'm pretty sure the first two sets of 4 measures, so this to this, and then this to this, minus like the jumps here. I think they're full mirror, which I do that sometimes with my charts where, like, especially lately, where I want to just fill in a part of the chart and then like change it around so I mirror it. But I think this is full mirror, and when I say full mirror, I say like, or I mean rather, the whole chart is flipped, like flipped, and then was up and down also flipped. So like here, for example, it's right, up, down, and then the mirror equivalent, like the full mirror equivalent, would be left, down, up on the other side, which, yeah, I can see it right here. The problem with that, actually on both single and double, is that the facing stays the same. And while that's not always a bad thing, I think for double specifically, it's good to retain the downs and ups so that they're not flipped. Only the outers are flipped, like swapped, and then the downs are swapped, ups are swapped, centers are swapped. And full mirror doesn't do that with the ups and downs. It does. This up becomes this down, this up becomes this down, and same with the downs to ups, vice versa. That actually, with all the other left-right mirroring going on, that retains the facing, which I don't always think is a good thing. I try and avoid that, personally, just so I have a better facing balance. And I think that's just like a big thing for me, again, personally, is like trying to balance out facing direction. So like here, you're just facing the left, or facing right rather, like over there. And then 4 measures down, you're also facing right. here. Like still with those, with this part. Whereas if it were retaining the downs and the ups, then this on this side would become this on this side, now facing the other direction. So, you know, down, up. I think that's more important on double, just because like you're like on one side and like one edge of the pads, you're facing like you're basically facing outward towards the edge of the pad. But like with this, you're still facing the same way, and it gets a little more, especially if you're holding the bars, like awkward, I guess. Maybe not awkward, but it just feels like something's off. So like I'm facing this way for this pattern, which is good. And then if I just do the mirror equivalent while retaining ups and downs, I'm facing outward towards this edge of the pad, which I think helps strike a really good balance for both parity and facing direction. So that is my 2 cents on the whole thing. It seemed to flow just fine overall. I really like this part where there's no ups or downs. I think that's really, really nice. I bumped one of the monitor buttons, and now it's showing this alignment grid crap. There we go. Anyway, I feel like for these anchor runs, it would be better just going to the vocal if the non-anchored foot was alternating instead of like this 1 and 2 and 2, 2 1 1, or 2 1 2 pattern of columns. Because what is it? I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this. In the vocals, pitch-wise, it's going like 3-1, 3-1. Like, you could hear it in the vocals, like, during these runs, it goes like da 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 da. And that works really well for anchors. In the case of this, if you're just anchoring on 8s, you can do like alternating, because that's how we're alternating on the 8th note, like the blue notes, whichever foot's doing those. And that kind of like strengthens the steps going to the vocals, like back and forth, like. So that's what I have to say about like that, like these whole sections. Just is a general thing. really know if I have anything more to say about this one. I didn't see that. That label. I don't know. It stands out, but it's probably okay. Maybe. Let's see. Okay, I feel like there's a really easy fix to this that I'm thinking is like maybe what the problem with the current pattern is, which is like, yeah, as the label says, it maybe not too ambiguous. It's just that like starting from here and then going to here, it stands out a little bit. And like, you kind of have to brace yourself for that motion if you're not ready for it. I think a really easy fix is just to move these two columns over to the right by one. So this becomes this right arrow. This one becomes this other center left arrow. And that does two things. It goes with the song because like you can kind of hear in the vocals where it's kind of building up in pitch to that tower run, like da 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 da. And it's going better with the song. Plus, it's a much easier lead-in from here. Now you just have to like pivot over here. Da, 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 da. And then you're all good. Anyway, yeah, I think that's all I could think to say for this one. So I'm gonna leave that there. But yeah, that was nice and chill. And as always, thank you for submitting. So now, out of the 9s into the 10s. We got 3 10s here. The first one is Flip 69 by Telp. But before I do anything else, I'm going to empty the dehumidifier real quick. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Oh no. Oh no. I've seen this before. What? Oh my god. Good. Oh man. Okay. Oh man. Man, oh man. Play 1x, okay, I'll play 1x. Maybe not no bar. Anyway, God, what do I even say about this? Like, I trust that it all flows fine. What does this even look like in edit/practice mode? I mean, yeah, it just looks normal. Here, why don't we do this? I'll play it one more time in practice mode so that I can actually see the steps proper. So I don't think it was going to show up. Ugh. It is, overall, really movement heavy, which isn't a bad thing. It's just something I gotta be careful about. And kinda stretchy as well with some of the pad transitions. Which again isn't a bad thing. I think, I don't know, I think it's fine as is. It's there are some patterns that, in isolation, you would think they would stand out, but there's just, bits of that strong movement presence and, stretch presence throughout the chart. So, nothing's really out of place or, feels like it's a difficulty spike, which is good. It's just overall very esoteric chart. And I mean that in the most positive way. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see this in ITL. I was mostly just getting tripped up on some of the gimmick reading because the patterning is a lot more movement and stretch heavy than like you would typically find. So like the chart being the way it is, combined with like the main gimmick of it all, makes it a really challenging experience, to say the least. Which again, in the most positive sense, so. I think the only thing that really stands out, and not necessarily it being just a bad thing or like something objective that I'm saying, is these specific double step sections. Well, I think that's the only part actually. Yeah, this whole part where like, and maybe this is on purpose, where there's not like, how do I explain this? It feels like the amount you have to move is unbalanced simply because the double step taps that you're going to are the same ones from each down. So like here it would be like from here. Like there's this movement and then there's this movement. Like this one is so much less. It does do the opposite symmetric, I think, here, which I think makes it okay. So like now the left foot is doing the big work and the right foot not so much. And then it does it here again, and I think there's a verse change, slash phrase change at this part, so like this doesn't get a chance to be symmetric. Which, I mean, it's whatever. I guess just something I wanted to point out. Yeah, I think the chart's fine overall. It was a really fun experience, like, regardless of anything that I'm like getting nitpicky about. So, yeah, I don't think I could really think of anything else to say. Let's see. How many other double step sections that like do the same both ups or both downs? I don't. Well. Okay. This is not necessarily the same because it's going over to the right side afterward. Yeah. I think it's just the one section that I was looking at. Yeah, that was awesome. Thanks so much for that submission. I Next we have Megalovania UNLIMITED. Did we say what SA was? Was it supposed to be like a shock arrow? Okay, given the mine count, I think so. I think that was maybe Don't Stop. I'll teleport again. Use the SA count to indicate if single or two steps / jump beat sync. Huh. Yeah, it's around double for DDR. Shock arrows can be side dependent. But they still, I think, need to have the full 4 columns per side. And it can only be these 4 or these 4. No other combination. At least I haven't seen anything else that would tell me otherwise. I'm not sure where to start with this one. I guess I like get what it's going for, just kind of the maybe a remix of, well, both the song and like the DDR chart. Let's see. Okay, so you said single or two steps / jump. Okay, so like yeah, all of these are basically just. Are these supposed to be ghost steps? Because there's just like, you know, the bursts into the next burst, and I'm not like ghost stepping anywhere. I guess because there's a note on the row of mines / shock arrows. Like, it's just a little bit awkward, I guess, to dodge some of these mines, especially like here, for example. Like, I have to like get my heel into position to make sure, like, when I go to this up and there's the mine row, I have to make sure my right foot is off of that center note. Like, which I guess works. Let's see. Okay, so here's like the row 8 you were saying is either a jump or 2 ghost steps. So like, let's see. Okay, and then these are also like ghost jumps, I guess. Doesn't matter either way. I think the one big thing I want to address is just the mine's like a 16th or after, rather, the notes. It's I'm really iffy on that, especially when it's just like not a tap. I guess. So, what am I trying to say? It's like, for example, if this was a center hold on the right side, and then just like a tap, that's probably fine, because like you're getting out of the way already. But like, because of the weight that you're putting on the next note here, the blue note, and this happens like throughout the chart where there's like bursts with mine rows right next to everything. It's hard to like get your foot off in time. Like, you have to step really lightly for it, and even then, like, it's really iffy. Again, like, you can just, I guess you can heal it, it's fine. Or that's fine, you know, rather. I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan of that, just overall. I do kind of like this. I wasn't sure coming into this pattern, but like, it's cute, it works. Here, it got a little weird, like, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, and then this goes into, like, a weird, because I think, at this point you're, like, right here, and then you have to do this, from here. I mean, I guess... Hold on. Actually, I'm seeing what's going on now, I'm pretty sure. Are the mines indicating what the next notes are going to be? It looks like that's the case. Again, though, like... I think this is just a weird double step going on. Like, I get the gimmick, it's cute. But like, this to this to this is fine. But then to the other one is just like, I don't know. I think I would prefer if this started on the other left, and then if it went instead of like this, and this, because I think you have to. I was gonna say you have to like correct yourself with double stepping. Yeah, you definitely do. I think if you wanted to keep with this, you can like do this one first, like left and then right and then right. That feels like it would be better. You don't have to worry about the mines either, because I think they'll be out of the way for the mine markings. I don't know if these mines are like indicating anything specific. Maybe again the next notes, I'm not sure. That's what it looks like. I guess this kind of works with what you were talking about earlier with the rows of 4 or rows of 8. Where like this is either 2 double steps or a jump, and this is 1, or not double step, ghost step. So like you ghost step here, right? Yeah, I think, again, the main thing I just want to say is, like, unless you're doing, like, a hold with the other note, or the other foot, rather, and, like, just a really sharp tap like that, the mines being as close as they are here, like this, is really iffy. I get that this is supposed to be a ghost step into the next one, but, again, it's just like a weight shifting problem, I think. Like, people will almost certainly hit these mines. But yeah, I get what you're going for. It's just difficult to convey on a surface level, I suppose, or just like going off the mines. These are probably like better in terms of like the 16th note being after the mines instead of before. Because now I don't have to like worry as much about getting off the panel in time. Let's let's see. Yeah, these are all fine. Like, these are just... I think I did this on my first playthrough, actually. I just kind of galloped them. Like, So is this just like a jump / 2 ghost steps again? Because I think the first time I tried this, I was looking at them and trying to parse them as foot switches, which kind of worked, but I don't think that was the intent. Although, okay, I will say, the roll that you set up is broken at this section. Because, like, you're not ghost stepping at all. Even though there's, like, the rows of 4 each. Because it's like, left, right, left, no ghost stepping. Right, left, right, no ghost stepping. Left, right, left, no ghost stepping. And so on. I mean, I think this could work without the mines, probably. If you don't want to, like, have people misinterpret. Because, like, the patterning is movement heavy enough. And, like, you're not going to be potentially on those rows anyway, or the columns, rather. Yeah, I think that's all I can really think to say. Just overall, like, let's see. Well, again, I guess the beginning was like, I was doing it just as is, just kind of pretending the mines weren't there, but like knowing that I had to kind of lift my foot up here. The that rule that you were talking about again with the row of 4 mines being 1 ghost step, like it just doesn't apply here in the intro. I do like the motion of this though. Like, I do think it like just works as is fine without the mines. Though this mine dodging I think is good. It does like provide a nice little challenge. Like, it's not too close to previous steps, and you kind of like just hop off of it. It probably works like if you just wanted to do the 1 mine on like the down arrow, each iteration over here, and then each iteration over here. I think I'm just I'm worried about like the consistency of the rule that you're setting up. That's like the big thing. Again, it's, you know, Megalovania, it's in DDR, funny Bone Man has to have the mines. But yeah, I think that's probably the big takeaway I would say with everything I was talking about is like the important thing is if you're going to set up a rule for a chart, it should be consistent with itself. That's how you like build player trust and like have players intuit what they should be doing, even on their set reads. And it makes them feel good too for pulling it off. Anyway, I think that's all I could really think to say for that one. So, yeah. Thank you for submitting. So we got 110 left. Let's see here. What is Witch Doctor? Oh, so yeah, no problem. Glad to help. Alright. This is a weird one for me to talk about, I feel like, because I honestly didn't know what I was expecting going into this this chart. And like, I feel like there's a fair amount of ways to interpret it. Like, there's no one right way to do it. I mean, it all flows fine. I think the only thing I would say that I would want to like really change is these like mini holds. Just like as an aesthetic thing, like cut them in half to make it a 30-second long instead of a 16th leading into the next. Maybe it's just me, but like the hold being as long as it is just kind of throws me off and gives me a little anxiety about it, about the whole pattern. Like, you can still have it there. Again, that might just be a me thing. I think my personal rule and like that I've developed, especially watching other seasoned, well, not watching, like playing other seasoned charts, words, is that like if they want to accent with holds, make sure that, or like just accent a small sharp sound. Like in this case, the vocal woo, to make sure it's not connected with the next tap. I think that's just the big thing. Yeah, it was pretty chill. Like, it's for sure a good like warm-up 10. Oh my god. Lifts. They always come back. I think there's like one other thing that I was thinking of. So with all the jumps going to like the cymbal crashes, like this for example, I think this is the only one that's not connected afterward. Excuse me. And when I say connected, I mean like within the same two columns as the previous, or as the jump itself. Because like all the other ones were connected, I think. Like this one is connected. You know, jump here, and then you're already on the column for the next tap. Like here as well. Not so much here, but also there's like a break, so here connected. Here as well. Let me just take a look around, skimming real quick. If I want to be super nitpicky about it, I would just like start looking at the parity after each jump. Because like I think most people do, if you're like going into a jump with a left tap, then you come out of it with a right tap, and so on. Like, you don't have to, but that feels like what the general consensus is. I know it's what I do all the time. But again, like I was saying with the previous chart, maybe just like try and be, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but like being consistent with the parity leading in and out. So yeah, like from here, the parity stays the same. You're doing eighths on the left, quarters on the right. Again, here, same thing. But then, like, maybe this is just like because it's a change in phrase in the song. Because, like, now here you're reversing the parity, like, quarter notes on the left, and now quarter notes on the right after the jump. And, you know, so on and so on. Again, like, that's probably why, because this is just a unique part of the chart. Just like, it's the eighth note break. So I think outside, yeah, outside it's just like, it's doing the same parity preservation. So maybe that's just fine. But yeah, I mean, overall, like, chart's perfectly fine. Like I said, and I mean, like you said as well, it's a nice chill 10. fun charts I like warm up with. I'd definitely come back to this one and, like, you know, just play it as part of my warm up for sure. Anyway, yeah, that's, I don't know, that's all I can think of to say about it. Yeah, thanks a bunch for submitting, that was really fun. So that's it for the 11s, or the 10s. Now we're going into the 11s. We have, yeah, 3 11s. Let's just take a look at the rest, actually. So we still got 3 11s, 2 12s, 2 13s, a 15 and a 16. So good luck to me. Alright, yeah. Thank you for submitting, for sure. Hope the errands. So I think the first 11 is Jet World. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, I did play this single, I think, in ITL. I'm pretty sure it was in ITL. I don't know if it was this year or last year. But I do remember the single really well. I tried and played that like it. I can tell that it took direct inspiration from like the overall skeleton of it. Okay. It's kind of a hard 11. Okay, let's see here. So, like, I guess the first impressions are that, like, I didn't see anything that was, like, very, very erroneous. Like, the good news right out of the gate is that it all flowed. There was no, like, weird, unintended double stepping going on, so that's good. I think overall, there's just like more movement than is probably intended. That's how I felt like throughout the chart. See if I could like give a brief example. These are like, okay, so these brackets are a little bit stretchy, movement heavy. It does work. Let's see. This right side left row feels so far out of the way. Hold on. I did feel like the heavy movement in what is it? This section, like specifically, like right here. It's a little bit stretchy, and like the left leg is doing so much work. I do want to see if it does the same thing but mirror at the end. Okay. Well, hold on. Excuse me. Okay, I think it's only up-down mirror. So there's this, and then there's this. Yeah, it's just an up-down mirror. Left-right mirror is not applicable here. So I think if you left-right mirrored, it would be better in terms of just overall balance. Because, like, there's a lot of, like, movement, like, right here. I mean, having an up-down mirror is, like, it's good to just change things up. But I feel like a full left-right mirror while retaining up-downs, like swapping the ups, swapping the downs, is probably the better way to go. I think the only other thing is some of the foot switch pattern. Like, let me just take a look here. Like, these foot switches are great, I think. And like this whole, okay, this is the part I was kind of worried about. It works, but like, just the transition from the right side to the center is kind of iffy, maybe? Again, it works. I just don't know what else I would do with it, is the thing. Let me go to the end, actually. Okay, it is, okay. It is just like an up-down mirror. I was gonna say, like, I feel like having a down foot switch when you're doing the big movement is better. Because like, I feel this is an objective statement that down foot switches are just easier than up foot switches. So I hear a lot of people, myself very much included, complaining about up foot switches. Especially SMX pad enjoyers such as myself. But yeah, the thing I was getting at is that down foot switches are probably better because they're just, I think, in general, more comfy, and that comfort like helps when you're doing the big pad transition over here. But again, like that's, let's see. Okay, there is a 16th note, well, like a 8th note break between these two notes, which is good because like otherwise it's just a right to a right. And it's not like the smallest movement for sure. Yeah, see Hunter knows. Let's see. It'd be interesting to workshop specifically like this section right here, like both iterations of it. So I feel like there can be something a little bit comfier. Like, I guess you are like kind of resetting before the next foot switch right here, so it's a little bit comfier. Okay, yeah, by all means, like, I'm curious to think of, to see like what you're pitching in terms of like, I don't know about solution, just like more so something different. Because like, again, this works, it's perfectly fine to play. But I'm just like interested in seeing what the other options are as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that's mostly it. It's just like, there's a lot of movement going on that like might throw some people off. Like especially here, I think the thing that's really standing out that like I'm noticing when I play it is just like when I stretch like this to hit the sweeping snare patterns. And like, yeah, your left foot is going like this. And your right foot is not really doing much. But yeah, again, like, I think this would benefit greatly from a left-right mirror rather than an up-down mirror, if you were to keep the patterning like that. Just so that the work that each leg is doing and foot is spread out evenly throughout the chart. Like, you put your left foot through the gauntlet, right? Now it's time to put your right foot through the gauntlet. I guess it is offset by, like, down here, your right foot is doing this. Look, your right foot is doing this, while your left foot is not doing as much. So I don't know. Anyway, that's just like all the little stuff I was thinking of saying about it. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm sneezing so much today. Yeah, I think the big thing is just like I was caught maybe off guard by some of the movement and stretchiness. But it's like, isn't a bad thing, but yeah. It just might, if you're not able to pad test it, like, it's probably harder than you think it might be when you're charting it. Anyway, yeah. Thanks a bunch for submitting. Like, despite everything I'm saying, that was a fun chart. So now, next we have Nobo outflowing Hearts. It's time. Yeah. Which you'll maybe know, remember from, I think, the previous submission period. Maybe it was 3? Was it 3? Yeah. This might be the first instance of the same song being stepped for this this whole event. Okay, I'm looking at the, I just saw the ping, Rakki. Checking it out now, I think the problem still arises where, like, there's like a little bit of a stretch here with the foot switch. And I think the going into the foot switch, I think it would be preferable to have like the less part of the movement than coming out of it. Like, so I know this is really weird to like talk about while there's like nothing going on screen and you can't even see like the patterning. But like, yeah, I'm just saying like the foot switch is down and this, down, right, down. So like the big movement is in the beginning of the foot switch, like the lead in into the foot switch. Whereas if it was on the other center, like here, or even like the other center, like that would be better. Because I think having the larger movement coming out of the foot switch is easier. Easier, like more comfortable, etc. Just depends on like how difficult you want to make things, but yeah. I think that's what I try and do. Like movement in a foot switch pattern, like big movement is fine, but I think I try and make the heavy movement coming out of the foot switch, so that like the setup for the foot switch, you're not like, it's not like awkward, I guess, and it's just, I'm trying to like articulate this well, I'm failing so badly. I think like the less setup you have to do for going into a foot switch, the better, or like the easier it's going to be, and like the more cleanly you're going to be able to hit it. Okay, I'm glad that, like, you're understanding what I'm saying. That's the important thing. Anyway, so yeah, let's actually play the next one. This does have quite a few notes. Oh, it is 220, so that makes sense. Anyway, yeah. Let's take a look here. Okay, that middle run going into the break, I'm like, that doesn't feel like a pattern in an 11. But then, like, the last 20% of the chart happened. And I was like, this is definitely not an 11. Okay, yo, custom time signature, let's go. Oh, the page up, page down is trying so hard to compensate. Anyway, that step jump section was really cool. I enjoyed that. For the most part, like this, like all the 16s, they were spread out enough that I was like, okay, whatever. This is still plenty fine for an 11. Like the 16s are nothing so far. Like there's like zero movement involved basically for these. But then like, let's see, was this where I was starting to be like, oh no. Yeah. I started to get concerned around here. It is just the movement, like how much movement is going on at this speed, which I think is 188? 189. I would say at this speed, if you're trying to still keep it as an 11, any like 8th note stepping that involves like more than just an adjacent panel with 1 foot is kind of like, you are really pushing it. Like specifically, I think this was the first time I was like, oh, that's a lot of movement going on. Like from this up to this left. And then like again from this left, or this right to this up. This, funnily enough, it can work. The literal only note I would change in this transition is this up to the right. Because at that point, there are no ups, and you're just confined to the bottom 6, and it's a crab walk from right to left. So like here, I'll do this little burst right here again. If this up arrow, specifically this up arrow, was a right instead, right arrow on the left side, I think it would make this run like 1,000,000 times easier. Like that just feels so much comfier to do. And you're still having the 16th one there. But it's like, you're not having to do this anymore. This, like the previous measure, is like the big difficulty spike. This kind of movement in the span of a 189 8th note. This is a really nice break. I enjoyed that break a lot. I just cannot do speed lately. I'm bad at speedy runs on double. See, here's the interesting thing about these kinds of runs, is that I think you can keep this unbroken, like, 16th run, and, like, maybe stretch it a little bit, because, like, you're already stretching from, like, you know, here to here. Like this stretch right here. But you can actually, like, I think, make this run as intense as it is, or like as dense as it is, just unbroken. But you can also have it stretched out more, but have less sharp movements. Like, you don't have to do this at all. Or, like, you don't even have to do any candles for either foot. If you do, like, so let's say here, like, yes, you're stretching still with these, but if you go, like, center down, center left, and, like, maybe alternate from down to up, like center down, center up. So you still retain that intensity, but, like, the run becomes a lot easier because, like, it's just minimal movement. Like, yes, you're doing these, you're covering these 3 panels with your left foot, but you're never moving more than this at one time, and you're only doing this with your right foot. As it is, like, your right foot is doing this, which is, like, it is a lot. I think just the general thing I want to say is, like, to watch out for movements that cover a distance like this. Like, I think this is just the big difficulty spike for maybe a lot of double charts, is when there's a lot of this, or a lot of this, or a lot of this, etc. Basically just, like, opposite center to the up down, with like your starting foot on the side that it's naturally on, like here, like, yeah, starting foot to here or here, starting foot to here or here. That's, like, that's when doubles patterning gets, oh no, I said doubles plural. Oh no. I try not to. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I was just getting at, is when you're doing pad transitions, to really taking into consideration which foot is doing what, or, like, what each foot is doing, rather. Thank God, okay. This is when I went, oh God. That is a lot. Because that's just a crossover now. Like, here to here. And then, you know, back. Yeah, this last stretch of the song, for sure, bumps it up to a 12, like, zero question. I do like what it was going for overall, though. Like, there's some really neat ideas in here. Like, the majority of it was, like, really good. I just feel like the more run-heavy and movement-heavy sections could probably use some polish, depending on, like, the difficulty you're aiming for. If it's an 11, I would say to tone those sections down. Then maybe here, Did I do this wrong? I think I did. I probably did this wrong. Yeah, I did, and then I crossed over for the second iteration and kept crossed over. So, like, maybe just have holds on the quarter notes to indicate double stepping. Either that or, like, a mine on the right column. Either way, it's probably a good way to, or a good, just good practice to tell the player, hey, these are like double step resets. Anyway. Okay, well, we have 111 left. Also, yeah, thanks for submitting that. It was fun. Just hard. This is the last 11 here. You said this was in DDR, actually? Because I don't remember this at all. I wonder if it was like one of the console versions. Well, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, so this is an interesting BPM range. Let's see how this goes. Okay. I also don't think that's an 11. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. This isn't specific to double, but like, I want to just mention right off the bat, like, personally I am not a fan of rolls that are like this. Where it's like, it's as close to the next tap as possible. Holds, they're fine, that's whatever. But like, I think with rolls, it's also just a note skin, like a visual note skin issue, where it's just hard to see the next note coming up. It has nothing to do with like what the chart's doing. I know I've yelled at people before for that. I think specifically Hot Issue, the single from this year's ITL. I actually just missed a note because I couldn't see it from the roll. You know, it was until it was too late. I don't know, this is maybe it's just because of the song, but this one is balanced so weirdly. It feels like. In terms of difficulty. Let's see. What does this peak at? 180? Which I think is, it's so hard to see when I'm trying to look at the BPM on the left side against the scroll speed, because it's just two numbers on top of each other. Yeah, I think that's just the same thing that I was saying with Nobo, Outflowing Heart, the previous chart, where when it gets to this speed, you have to really be careful with the movement involved. It felt like I was running into the same issue with this chart. I do like the backwards transitions. Those are always fun when I come across them. That's just a funny ending. I mean, I think that's all fine. At the very least, this whole ending... Okay, I was gonna say it doesn't have too much movement going on, which is probably good for the density it's at. Let me start. I do think this burst does stand out in terms of movement with what the left foot is doing. Yeah, let me play the whole ending again. It's hard to tell. Because I'm trying to minimize movement. Anyway. I mean, there's a candle here. I don't know, like, there's a few things, or a few sets of 3 16 bursts that are like, they stand out. Like I mentioned just now, the candle stands out. I don't think there's any other candles, really. At least, like, in the span of an 8th note specifically. Yeah, there's that candle and then this. Which, I don't know, maybe it could be cleaned up a little bit in terms of just, like, keeping all the movement even and balanced. Like, those are the only 2 I really can see that are, like, out there. Between the bursts, it's like, whatever, you can do candles and such. Because that's where, like, the break in the density comes. I'm not sure what, like, the mines are going to, actually. Maybe it's just going to something that I can't hear on these speakers? I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, all I know is on this speaker system at least. It's not the best speaker system, there's some problems with it. It's also on mono and not stereo because the right speaker's a little messed up. For whatever that's worth. I guess this is like a gradual speed up then. It's hard to say, like, what patterning would be fitting for this whole part, because, like, it's just a gradual speed up, I think, from, what is it, 145 to 180? So, like, if you're trying to keep things balanced, it's kind of hard to do. All these 8th note patterns are, like, really good, though. It's, like, not dense, but it makes you move quite a bit. And I'm also just a fan of these kinds of pad transitions, like this. So yeah, like, I'm really glad that you found a good way to spice up 8th runs in this chart, for sure. Other than that, like, I don't know what else to say about it. I think really just the, what is it? The 16ths, maybe a little, at this part. Like, I guess specifically, I don't know. I was just thinking of, like, the heavy movement. Again, like, with the right foot. That's probably just the main thing I want to get across with this and the previous story. Is, like, to maybe try and be careful about how much each foot is moving and, like, what the tempo of the chart is. Because that seemed like a little bit of a difficulty spike, though it's not too bad. Yeah. Can't really think of much else for this chart. I did enjoy it, though. Yeah. Thank you for submitting. So we got 6 charts left. Yeah, okay, so 2 12s. Next is Headgrinder. We'll see. Why are there that many? Okay. Never mind. I was so concerned about the 6 and 8. Oh, those are switches. I think. Yeah, I was getting really confused on the jack foot switch. Because I'm pretty sure some of them are jacked, and some of them are foot switches. I feel like I'm just gonna play through it again. Just get another full playthrough. Whoops. Okay, that went a lot better. Yeah, so there are no mines. Okay. Okie doke. Helpful work. Also, hey, pun. That's true. Yeah, that's probably the main thing, is like markings of some kind would probably be beneficial. Because like there are some patterns that work really well as jacks, but not foot switches. And some patterns that work really well as foot switches, but not jacks. And like with there being no kinds of markings at all, it's like, I'm kind of left to fend for myself. I did get the hang of like the build-ups though, like these are all foot switches. And it works really well as foot switches. These not so much. Yeah, this like just really the main thing is with how much the jack foot switch tech is being mixed up throughout the whole chart, it's probably a good idea to mark them in some way. I mean, on a sight read, I got a little bit dumpstered, but second playthrough was a lot better. Now that I had some kind of game plan to go with. Yeah, I think overall, like, the chart's fun. It's like just the right tempo for these kinds of patterns and movements, pat transitions, and such. Oh, okay. I mean, overall, like, there's nothing that really stood out in terms of this pattern should probably be changed. Because, like, there was no, I would say, difficulty spike. Like, each part of the song was pretty unique and consistent with itself. I do like these foot switch gallops. I'm a fan of these. Yeah, I think those foot switch gallops are perfect, honestly. I don't know if there's like too much I want to go over in terms of like nitpicking at patterns, because like I said, there's nothing that really stood out in terms of like, oh, I want to talk about this because it's like, it's kind of sticking out, maybe in a bad way, but no, like, overall, I think it's really solidly charted. That's the only thing, I guess, is just, like I said before, with how much Jack and foot switch tech is being mixed, like thrown into the mix. Maybe it's a good idea to have some kind of marking, but like, second playthrough, again, like I said, was not too bad. It was really just the build-ups that I had to like make sure I was foot switching. It worked either way, funnily enough, as jacks or foot switches. In this part, up until here. And then I was like, oh, this probably just all foot switches. Yeah, if I just do that as jacks, then I'm like, for this next part, I'm set up like that. And that's not good. Whereas, if I do it like foot switches, it's all good. This might be easier than the previous two 11s that I played. I'm not gonna lie. Mainly because, yeah, there was bursting at 210, but it respected the fact that it was 210 double, and like, was very restrained about it. Which is good. If you're like, you know, aiming to keep it as a 12. I think that's all for that one. Hey, thank you for submitting. And now we have the other 12 for today, is OTAHEN Anthem. Oh, memes plus, hell yeah. That's a lot of mines. Well, let's see what I'm in for. Getting memes plus. Oh, what are we gonna say to that? So let's see. Woo. Excuse me. Honestly fair. Anyway, so feedback. I am glad the, hold on. How fast is this song? 195, okay. Yeah, again, I'm glad that, like, the patterning is restrained. Especially for, like, the longer bursts. I think it's like fine for the most part, for like all the normal half double sections. So let's see. I thought I saw some weird holds, but maybe it's just like the tail looks long. I don't know. Let me just play this part again real quick. Okay, I think this was the bracket that stood out to me, actually. Is it intended, I assume, to like go like that? Just like hitting the centers with both? Or like, it's probably not like this. Because you are set up for like the next upright bracket if you do this. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It's just hard to time this center when you're doing that. That's a skill issue, though, on my part. Let's see. Honestly, this is perfect. Like, I really appreciate the attention to detail in charting what you would have charted for the middle, like half double section, but as mines instead. That's good. Yeah, I don't think I really have anything to say in terms of just like patterning. It seemed all good to me. Like, the only thing I could really say is just nice meme. And also thanks for submitting. That is a good mindset to have. You shouldn't be skill blocked from experiencing the funny. I completely agree. Okay, so we have we have two. Well, I can think one of them is actually at 14, maybe, but I haven't listed them as a 13. Yeah, this and the other 13 that I was gonna play. The Multi Dark songs. I think I was talking to the person that made this, actually. And I'm pretty sure they said that it doesn't use the middle 2, only the outer 6. So, if that's true, this will be an experience. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I lied. Was that a fail? No! I think I was alive until I dropped the hold. Oh my god. Yeah, I was probably thinking of a different chart then. Oh god. Yeah, it's a lot. Alright, let's see. Oh god, that's so mean, what? Bruh. I mean, it works. This jump does stand out though, like, because it's unbracketable. And like everything leading up to it was a bracket, so I don't know. I'm surprised I hit this, honestly. Yeah, starting here, it's just like, oh no. This foot switch did stand out though to me. Right here. Because this is just a jack, presumably. And that's like the only, I guess, jack slash double step in this whole section, it looks like. Yeah. So I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but with patterning like that, it is kind of hard not to quite literally write yourself into a corner. I have had that problem before with trying to move foot switch patterning like that across the pads. was trying to figure out if this is like ambiguous or not, but not really. Because like if you're going from up down jump to let, that's usually okay. Like at least in single. In double, it's a little more iffy, but like I think the intuition's still there. This ending is so funny. I mean, this run works, but holy shit, as I am known to say. I'll just play the ending run one more time, actually. No, that's for tomorrow's stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, feel free to like DM if you need to talk about anything specific. Yeah, that's probably all I can think of to say about that chart. Good lord. See, you say sorry, I say thanks for submitting. I'll always say thanks for submitting. Okay, well, let's take a look at this one. I'm afraid. Also, wait, hold on. How many jumps? Excuse me, how many jumps? That's like a third of the steps. Okay, well, good luck to me, I guess. Oh boy. Good luck to my back. to like rate that. Probably like, I mean, it's probably like a 13, maybe. That was a DDR18, all right. They really love their step jumps lately. Yeah, it does make it very hard to rate. It's one of those things where, like, I would call it a 13, but if you call it a 13, other people, like, might expect very much not this chart. And, like, step jumps like that are, like, not very common, I think, in at least the ITG charting scene. And probably for a good reason. Like, this might just be personal opinion. I don't like step jumps like that. Like, just how egregious they are. It just makes the chart feel like really jagged, I guess. And I mean, I guess this is just what the chart was going for. Like, this is the premise of the chart. Good luck. Yeah, I don't know. I can oops. I can take a look to see what feedback I can provide. Blech, voice crack. To see what feedback I can provide. It all felt like it flowed okay. Yeah, it's one of those charts that's just like hard to even get feedback to be honest. Honestly, yeah, that's fair. What better way to get better at something than to just like make a training chart for it? I will say this, like, for what the song was doing, it's very consistent with, like, where all the jumps are placed, so that's at least a really positive thing about it. And, like, yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I can't really think of any, like, flow errors, or, like, weird double steps going on that I usually try and nitpick about here and there. And, like, honestly, this final submission period, at least the first half, has been really good with, like, just not having any of them. Just across the board with all the charts I played. So, awesome job to everyone that submitted. There were, like, maybe a few that don't look questionable, but like I like barely noticed any of them. So let me turn the light on. I think it's getting a little bit dark on stream. That's probably all I could say, is like, the chart knows what it's all about, and there's not really anything I could say to counteract that, because like, that's kind of the point of the chart, you know? It's just not my thing. And yeah, again, it does flow well. There's no like weird double steps. There's not even like any questionable pad transitions. Like, it was pretty tame in that aspect for sure. So yeah, I just don't know how to give feedback to this one, man. Because like I said, probably like 3 or 4 times at this point, it knows what it's about, so it's doing what it's doing, and if I try to give feedback, it will probably be like to remodel the chart itself, which is like, okay, well, kind of defeats the purpose of the chart itself. So I don't know, like, for what it is and what it's doing, it serves itself really well, I think. That's pretty much all I can really think to say about it. Yeah, thanks for submitting, as always. We got 2 left. So this is Saga, which has like even more jumps than this one, if you can believe it. But I think this is like probably going to be brackets. I will ask before I play this. I'm trying to remember how the BPM goes, because I know there's like a gradual speed up. Do I have to worry about setting my BPM for like the high end at all? Or should I set it as if it were 200 the whole way? Okay, so I should probably set it for, because I think, well, hold on a second. Let me go back to Tooryanse. So I think I set it for 180, so I should set it for 248. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, let me just, I'll play it at 565. Yeah, 565. 565 max, right? Well, that's a good first column cue. Ooh, okay. I see. I just don't think that chart works as it is. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think all of the double stepping going on, like it's intended double stepping, just works so heavily against the bracketing. Like when you have brackets that intense and like jumps slash double stepping that intense, I think it just clashes instead of like synergizes. Let me go in. Well, it's stretch plus and double step plus. So. Anyway, yeah, let me see here. Like everything was fine up until like the down brackets. I think this is where I was just like, no, I'm not doing this. Like, having yourself, okay, this whole part is hard enough, right? Like, trying to parse all that, which I'm trying. And like, this is really comfortable. This, being stuck like this sucks. This is very uncomfortable, especially with how much you're needing to do. It's just like, having it on the ups, which is the easy brackets, is hard enough. I would say this is like more of a 17 or 18 ITG, to be honest. It is far beyond 15, I would say. Okay, this is what I was going to ask about. This was also the part that made me like head tilt. Like, are you meant to just heel to this? Like just do all of this with your right foot? Because I don't know if like anyone's doing that. I think when you're doing bracket stuff like that, at that speed, you probably need to split the workload between both feet. Because at least for me, I don't know about other people that like are like good enough at double to play this. I'm not rolling my foot at 200 BPM like that, like 216. Like, that's just not happening. At best, you'll get 8th jacks out of me. Like, it doesn't matter how warmed up I am. It's just not happening. I mean, okay, I'll say this. I love my bracket spam charts. Like, I have a couple packs dedicated to stuff like this on the machine that I play sometimes. I'm just not going to be timing it at all. Like, here, this is a one. I'm gonna go to another pack real quick. Like, this is the kind of stuff I like playing. I'm not going to time it at all, but you know what I mean? Like, even stuff like this, it has all of the work for each foot spread out. Like, every iteration is doing like 1 foot each, like per bracket, if that makes sense. But then it looked like, look at this, and it's just like, my right foot is disintegrating trying to do this. I do like this though. This is cute. I'm always worried about like down brackets in the center, because like this is just really hard to actually hit. I can try. Hold on. I'll try and hit just this part. I mean, I almost had it, but I'm not sure. Like, I get that you're really limited by doing half double stuff and not really utilizing the outer two. And also, it as well feels like you're not, this is probably also intended, not really moving 1 foot over to the other side at all for like these kinds of brackets. And it's just like, this foot is committed to these 3 panels. This foot's committed to these 3 panels. And outside of like these sections, I don't know if it really breaks that that formula. And that's probably why I'm just like, this feels so rigid. And that's probably the point. Just like how, like, the previous time I played PARANOiA ETERNAL, the point of it was just a lot of step jumping. This is just a lot of half double bracketing with not like any real movement at all. I am kind of curious about the edit. Oh, play it. Whatever. We'll see what happens. Anything different yet. Okay, then maybe it's just hard to like see well, just like at a glance. Yeah, again, I'm not sure how much I could say about this chart, other than like it knows what it's about. Yeah, it's just that like these kinds of brackets are astronomically harder, just on a surface level, than these. Yeah, it's really hard to get feedback on this one, if any, you know. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know if anything like that I really said was constructive. Like I'm trying to think of stuff. It's more so just like skill issue, down center brackets are. It made me look like I'm pissing myself, I guess. I don't know. But I mean, like, yeah, the chart is what it is. And it's certainly, like, an interesting thing to try. Like, it certainly took a lot of work to make, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it, I'm sorry. Other than, you know, as always, of course, thank you for submitting it. In any case, we're on the last chart of this stream. The jump economy is booming. I don't know what I'm in for here. Actually, like, if it's brackets or jumps or what. We shall see. Good luck to me. Good last step. I want to try that ending, actually, real quick. I think the main source of difficulty here comes from just being a mixture of like unbracketable jumps, like jumps that are intended as jumps and jumps that are clearly intended as brackets. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna try it one more time. See what I can do. Now that I know what I'm in for. Okay, now I'm just too tired for it. Yeah, no problem. Have a good one, and thanks for jumping in into the files. Yeah, let me just go into practice mode and try that out. Yeah, it's not happening. Okay, well, they didn't want any, or weren't looking for any feedback for this one. Usually how, yeah, I think that's like how whole Nyla's files have been. Just like submitting a double chart to submit. It's always appreciated. Like, I've been having fun with all these, even though like I'm not even close to passing a few of them. So I'm gonna wait to put the credits in for this submission period until the end of the second part. Yeah, at that point, like, we'll have all the files played. I'm not gonna like splice the videos together or anything. It'll just be its own 2 separate parts as an upload. But yeah, so that was 18 files today. There's 18 more to play Hopefully tomorrow is the goal. So we'll see how that goes. We can, I'll just give a quick preview of what's to come. I'm gonna go through all the previews now. So yeah, let's see what part 2 has in store. Terrified. I see that 15 measure run. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of, where there's no middle two. It's actually like a 10. Not a 20. ominous. Okay, well, so that is quite literally the previews of what's to come tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. I'm really gonna gun for it. That's it. Yeah, we're halfway through the final submission period now, and next stream they'll wrap things up. And right now, before I cut stream and end the recording, I just want to say thanks to everyone that submitted charts for this, because, man, I was not sure about the turnout and interest for this, but, like, my expectations were blown away. Overall, if you add all these parts up, that's over 100 files. Like, well over 100 files that were submitted throughout the summer. And I couldn't be happier about it. I saw a lot of new names, some that, like, I've never seen in even singles charts before. Some have exclusively been single before this event. And, like, I'm just really grateful to have had so much interest in submissions. And all the discussion in the server, it's all been incredible. So, I will see you all in part 2 then. Until then, take care, stay safe, and love you all.